All right, it's 4 p.m. We are going to call the May 21st, 2024 Committee of the Whole meeting to order. Clerk, will you call the roll for us, please?
Commissioner Mazer, Commissioner Morales, Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs,
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler, Commissioner DeLue,
Here.
Commissioner Gisler,
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Here.
You have 7 present.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wheeler did send a message saying that she wouldn't be here tonight at all. All right, the next item on the agenda is public comment time. This is the time when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come up to the podium. Please state your name and tell us where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Your time is displayed, and once your 3 minutes are up, your time to speak has finished. This is a time to provide input in a professional, respectful manner. Are there any members of the public who wish to make public comment at this time? Seeing none. Dina, do we have any online?
There are no hands raised, Chair.
We're going to take that as a no. And next up, we have the office annual report presented by Clerk Place.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chairs, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be with you all tonight. I believe Dina is going to pull up my presentation. You all should have our annual report printed in a pretty colorful copy on your desk. So I will just start. How about that? So for the last 3 years, I've been presenting our annual report for the office. It's been an enjoyable experience, not only to put together the annual report. I don't know if all my staff thinks it's an enjoyable experience. No, but it's one that's encouraging as we collect the numbers. We look back at customer comments. We think about what our goals were at the beginning of the year and if we hit our goals and what our future goals are going to be. And it's an honor to present those findings to all of you this evening. So we'll get right into it, looking at the 2023 goals that we accomplished. First and foremost, we set out to build and develop our team in the office by building leadership roles for staff that they can grow into. The Clerk Register of Deeds office never before had any supervisors before this year. With the help of all of you, today we have 2 supervisor positions. So you'll see on our org chart that we have myself, Chief Deputy Register of Deeds John Curran, and our 2 new land records supervisor and vital records supervisor. Both supervisors are supervising 5 employees and 4 employees on the land records side. And I'm very excited to report that those 2 positions went to internal candidates. That one had over 37 years of experience in the office. She had been with the Register of Deeds office when it was only a Register of Deeds office before it was combined. So we are very excited to have her in that supervisory role. And our land records, or excuse me, our vital records supervisor, Tara Hitchcock, has been with the county for 19 years. She, started here and actually went to college, earned her degree, continued to work as an official document specialist, and we were excited to promote her earlier this year to that role of vital records supervisor. Also this year, last year, with the help of all of you, we had our elections division double. We now have a team of 2, which is really exciting. We also were able to work out where we had 2 part-time land records assistants, and we were able to merge those 2 part-time positions into 1 land records coordinator. In addition, at the beginning of 2023, I appointed John Kern as the new Chief Deputy Register of Deeds. And I know all of you know John, and it's been a pleasure to work alongside him. And I really want to take this time to thank him for his wonderful attitude, positivity, intellect. We are running on all cylinders in the clerk's office, and it wouldn't be possible without him. So. That's right. And another big, goal of ours was to digitize all of our land records. When I came into office, we had land records online going back to 1992, which meant that somebody who was doing a title search couldn't even go back that typical 40-year search online. Now, I am very excited to announce, as of February, we have scanned all of our land records. We are working right now on a booklet, an index booklet that we will be able to train members of the public to use our search system to see and utilize all of those digital records. But the most important piece is that our history, our records are preserved forever. In addition, we worked on our diversity, equity, and inclusion, making this a priority in our office with the introduction of our Global Eagle trainings. We thought really hard, how are we going to be able to have really sincere dialogue that is really required after you watch one of the 10 to 15-minute trainings. You could watch a training on your own and over the lunch talk to a member of the team about the same training, but we wanted to do more, and we really wanted to put time and dedicate time to talking about our shared experiences and our perspectives around each training. So starting in August of 2023, we decided to actually shut down the office and open the office 1 hour later on Wednesday mornings. And so the first Wednesday of every month has been dedicated to that training. We watch a series of the Global Eagle videos, and then we have a guided discussion amongst our team, which has really proved to be, it's been a great opportunity not only to learn about others in the office. It's been a great opportunity to talk about how we can actually provide better customer service in the office. And we've also learned from each other and have built a solid foundation of our team in our own office. We have put campaign finance reporting online in 2023, and we have enhanced our public deed search by equipping our customers with the ability to search online for free. When we moved software providers in 2022, we lost the ability to have a free search. That was one thing that our new software vendor did not have. So in 2023, we worked hard to bring that back to the customers because we heard from folks in the community who are infrequent searchers and wanted to have that access to have a free search. So moving on, we'll start with our Vital Records division. So as you all know, the clerk's office, we are the local registrar. So if you need a copy of a birth, death, marriage license, if you want to apply for a marriage license in Kalamazoo County, you have to come through us. So over the next couple pages, you'll just see some basic statistics outlining both death records and birth records. We added in there, the 2023 top baby names, which is always fun. Top name for boys was Oliver, girls, Amelia, just some fun stuff. Moving on, CPLs. Some of you know we, in the clerk's office, are responsible for storing and maintaining all records, issuing the license, and issuing statutory disqualifications and notices of suspensions or revocations. Here are some statistics regarding CPLs. We started CPL fingerprinting at the end of 2021, and it's paid for itself 2 times over already. It's a really great service. People love having that one-stop shop, getting their CPL and then getting fingerprinted for it. Moving on, we'll go to the Land Records Division, the Register of Deeds. We are the official record keeping for all land records in the county. As I've mentioned, we've enhanced our search capabilities by introducing that new free deed search tool. Our staff have gone the extra mile in indexing and auditing a lot of records that came over in the transition of our software systems. We have increased e-recording, which means that documents are simply recorded with folks not having to come inside the office. They can record documents online. We have seen an increase in electronic recording. We also in 2023 expanded the service of e-recording to include any deeds that would include the word warranty. We did this by actually partnering not only with our county treasurer's office, but also the city treasurer's office. So if you have a land record that is within the city of Kalamazoo, excuse me, and it needs a tax clearance, this is actually very unique to Kalamazoo County, and the city of Kalamazoo in particular has to add their tax clearance stamp along with the county tax clearance, and now that can all be done electronically. This is something new, a new service, part of our 2023 change in software implementation. Moving on to elections, like I said, we have doubled our staff. Thank you to all of you for supporting that endeavor. 2023, we spent a lot of time on elections in 2023. I think you all have heard me talk about Proposal 2. Proposal 2 was passed by the voters in November of 2022. Implementing legislation was passed in the summer of 2023. So for the better part of 2023, we were talking about how we were going to implement Proposal 2. That was with meetings of every single local clerk. We have 19 local clerks in the county. We met with all of them individually, and then we met as an association multiple times and focus groups to ultimately carry out a coordinated early vote effort and agreement that all of you signed. And, you know, I just came from a local clerks association and had the opportunity to talk to our own Secretary of State about what we're doing in Kalamazoo County. And she thanked all of us for working together, for really prioritizing the voters to have a consistent and one message regarding early voting. And really that would not have been possible without all of you supporting that effort. So thank you for the work you're doing and in encouraging the county and my office to truly facilitate and coordinate that effort. Further looking at our county ID program, in 2023, we were able to not only just celebrate the fact that we have had a county ID program for 5 years, but we were able to truly celebrate and memorialize one of the founders of the county ID program, the late Commissioner Larry Provancher. At the celebration, we had over 250 attendees. Many of you were there. It was just a wonderful occasion to celebrate the work we're doing at the county ID and to also thank the family of the late Larry Provancher and honoring him in a dedication. With the expansion of our county ID coordinator moving from part-time to full-time, we were truly able to touch more community members and provide them with access to the county ID. We had nearly 60 mobile units last year alone where we were able to serve folks where they are. And we had another record-setting year for not just the outreach of the county ID, but in terms of providing new IDs as well. So thank you. Looking ahead to 2024, what are we doing right now? Well, a whole lot. We're working really hard to ensure that our August primary election and our November general election, that we're prepared for all fronts. We're going to be, continuing with early voting. We're going to be doing our best to communicate a solid message to the voters about where they can go to early vote. Those locations haven't changed, but we're going to boost up that communication effort. Excuse me. We're going to continue the work that we're doing with our Vital Records Scholarship Program. Again, that program, pilot program, would not be possible without all of you passing a resolution, putting that in place. Just as a friendly reminder, we received a $25,000 grant from the Community Foundation that would allow the clerk's office to provide vital records at a free or reduced amount for individuals who have a financial hardship. And in order to do that, we are partnering with service organizations and agencies. And so if a customer or client is working with a service agency, and the service agency and the client recognize that they need a vital record, they can bring along a letter from that service agency that shows our staff in the office that this individual will receive that record free of charge. And then the county's general fund is still made whole with those scholarship dollars. So it's a win-win all around. We're going to be working on implementing a veteran honor rewards program. More on that to come. We're excited about that, hoping to really get that out into the community in time for Veterans Day this year. And we're going to continue to develop our team by encouraging more of our trainings, dialogue around leadership and culture. And of course, all of that starts right here. And, we'll see what we have to present to you for our budget. But I will say right now that I am, you guys have seen me a lot advocate for our office. When I first started, I walked into a whole lot, and I can say, I don't want to go back in time, but we're doing really great. And we have a positive outlook on the future. I'm excited to share with you our goals for 2024, and I'm excited to present to all of you. Kalamazoo County, we have so much opportunity in front of us, and I just want to say thank you again for the resolutions, for the support, for when I come here advocating for the office, you all stop and think and say, well, what does she really need? And you respond with a solution. And what you have done has created a culture in that office that's excited to come to work. We're excited to serve our community. So thank you. And with that, I'll take any questions. Maybe you don't have any.
Thank you so much, Clerk Place. Very exciting annual report. Vice Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank you for your hard work and your staff. I've seen you folks servicing our citizens, which is what we're here for, is to help service our citizens. And your office does a miraculous job of doing that and going above and beyond to take care of the needs of the community. So thank you for your hard work. Thank your staff for their hard work, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. Meredith, as you're well aware, you and I don't always see things through the same lens politically, but I think you're doing a hell of a job. You're a fine clerk, and keep doing what you've been doing because it's working and it's obviously got a lot of folks really excited about it. And, you won me over when you did the fingerprinting for CPLs way back when, because at that time, I think you didn't know if you're going to the sheriff, the state police, and even K Township got involved. You could never find out where you were going to get fingerprinted, and you resolved that. It's all right there in your office. And you say it's paid for itself many times over. I guess I'm not surprised. Thank you for the job you do and your team.
You got nothing? You better say something. Commissioner Straps?
Congratulations, clerk, on all the success, and I'm so pleased about all the deeper collaboration that we're all having together. And, in particular, the Laird Preventure County ID is close to my heart. So thanks for all of the progress on that, the amazing staff that you brought in, the collaboration with the students that support the program, and the number of people that benefit from it, along with all the other good stuff. So thank you.
Vice Chair?
And I will say something. Thank you, Meredith. And most importantly, I think you forgot to mention the revenue brought in by your office to the county. Thank you for that as well.
I was hoping you'd mention that.
You knew he would.
Uh-huh.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good meeting.
You as well, thank you. Okay, so we're gonna go back real quick to public comment time, just to give the Texas Township Superintendent and President a moment to give some comments, and then we'll move to our interview.
Hello, thank you. I appreciate the board, the opportunity to come and advocate for our residents. I'll be brief. My name is Eric Wilson. I'm the superintendent in Texas Township. And with me here is Joanne McFarland. She is County Woods Board President. First and foremost, I want to thank a lot of the partners at the county. Wendy's been phenomenal. Kevin's been great. I know Sheriff Fuller, I've talked to him. Mike Korfman, Joanna Johnson, it really is great. The county's been phenomenal to work with. I know that you have an item on the agenda to talk about disaster relief. I don't know if you've had a chance to go through County Woods, but I have never seen anything like that. I've probably spent the entire week in County Woods. Joanne, I didn't know her until this devastation. We're best friends now. I've talked to her every single day, but it was definitely not just a storm. When you go through County Woods, you will see devastation. I've seen photos on TV, I've seen videos on TV, but until you're there and you smell the pine in the air and you see the damage, you see the amount of effort that the residents are putting forth, it's pretty devastating. So I know that budgets are tight. I understand that. I just want to let you know that our board last night approved $50,000 in ARPA funding and $50,000 out of the general fund to try to clean up some of the debris in the right of way. And so the list of needs is long and the resources won't cover it. We understand that. But what is of particular concern is the buildup of debris in the right of way. There are definitely hazards. There are stockpiles of trees that are taller than I can see and throughout the neighborhood. So I'm certainly appreciative of what the county has done in the background. Wendy's been great. Like I said, getting information out, and so is Kevin and everyone else. If there's an opportunity for help, we desperately need it. And I hope that there's some consideration. I can answer any questions that the board has, or I could stop talking and invite Joanne up, whatever you want.
Do you know how short you are on funding as far as how much the cleanup efforts would cost?
So the problem is even quantifying the cleanup because I know we listen to the County Woods and I've been out there and it is definitely the debris from in the right of way, but there's more that's being brought out. We couldn't even quantify in the issue. Even if you issue an RFP, it would, what I'm trying to do and working with the road commission is get an hourly rate so that we would have some apples to apples comparison on labor and equipment. I don't know of another way to do it because the scope is so great. It would be very difficult to quantify the amount of debris. I mean, I've heard estimates, but it's changing. I mean, there are trees that are on garages in the backyard that they're cutting up and bringing to the front. So even if you took care of something today, it could change tomorrow. And so I will say that the residents are doing a lot of heavy lifting. They are phenomenal. They're not sitting back waiting for help, but it is readily apparent that the amount of damage is too much for a neighborhood to really take on itself. But I couldn't even give you a number that I'd be comfortable with.
Commissioner Schertz.
Thank you, Chair. And welcome to you, Supervisor, and our condolences to the whole community, everybody affected in Texas Township, in the colony. I want to just elevate, I know that there is some concerns about price gouging in the community as people seek support to help clean up. And I just want to elevate during our discussion that the Attorney General does have some resource guidance for people in the community if they suspect issues of price gouging. And encourage you to share that with community members so we protect folks who are vulnerable. We'll have ongoing dialogue and figure out ways that we can collaborate and be of support.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I brought photos. I'm Joanne McFarland O'Rourke, and I'm the president of the Colony Woods Neighborhood Association. I'd like to talk about the effects of the tornadoes on Colony Woods and specifically the areas affected, hazards, and costs. Estimates are that tornadoes hit 50 to 60% of Colony Woods, which is in Texas Township and borders Q Avenue between 10th and 12th Streets. The tornado began at the southwest corner of Colony Woods and traveled diagonally across our subdivision to the northeast. While relatively few homes were affected in Texas Township by this natural disaster, those that were affected were severely affected. On to the hazards. Residents worked side by side with firefighters, tree contractors, many of whom worked that first night for free to clear roads and driveways. The first goal became getting trees and debris out of yards and removing immediate hazards. Electric lines were intermixed with tree branches and roots, for example. Debris included things like gas grills, play sets, lawn furniture, fencing, and siding. 8 30-yard dumpsters of this type of debris have been hauled out of the neighborhood, and 6 new dumpsters arrived today. Much of the wood and yard waste removed thus far has been stacked along curbs, but there's a long, long way to go, as Eric said. What remains across the landscape, in addition to the wood debris, are enormous root balls, I never even said that word before a week ago, from trees that were pulled out of the ground from tornadoes. There is no easy or inexpensive way to move or cut up these root balls, plus they leave huge craters in the ground which are hazardous in and of themselves. Additionally, there are trees that are not in immediate danger but are leaning across streets and across neighbors' property. And you have people who have had to make very strategic, heart-wrenching decisions about which trees to cut down because they're being charged $1,000 to $2,000 per tree. So a tree leaning across a place that may not be immediately, of danger now, but obviously it's of risk. Now on to the cost. If a tree hits a structure, insurance pays to have the tree removed. However, some contractors have left stumps or root balls in yards. If homeowners had the best insurance policy possible against tree damage, other than for trees that hit structures, insurance would cover $3,000 total per home, per property. Many homeowners are facing costs of $20,000 to $40,000, with several having costs well exceeding $100,000. That's just to get the trees out. And this does not include leveling the ground, reseeding, or landscaping. Texas Township approved $15,000 for dumpsters at a special meeting last week, and they additionally approved, again, as Eric said, $100,000 last night, which we estimate, the two of us estimate, will cover 2 rounds of wood and yard waste pickup or chipping. One final note. The multiple effects of the trauma of the tornadoes is still sinking in. People have lost time from work, kids lost 3 days of school, and they go home to an entirely different life than they knew. There are homes where you cannot go outside. You're either inside or you're outside of the neighborhood. Colony Woods residents have shown grace and resilience and charity throughout the disaster. We are looking to our local government for help in any way that you can provide. And I shared the link to the Attorney General's website to our Facebook page this morning.
Yeah, no questions. Thank you so much. Okay. So next up, we have interviews for the Public Housing Commission. We just have one confirmed, Patrice Griffin, who is a current incumbent. So get those incumbent questions out. Vice Chair Pro Tem. Dina, is she available online?
Chair, I believe we're still experiencing technical difficulties with this system. I'm not certain that we'll be able to actually accommodate Patrice online this evening due to the technical difficulties.
Let me do it over the phone. Or she's the only one. She was confirmed at our last meeting. She's confirmed at this meeting. Can we just reappoint her? She serves as the president.
I would like to.
Go ahead.
I'm just looking over her attendance. She hasn't missed a meeting in the last year and a half. I'd have no problem. I move that we appoint Patrice Griffin to the Housing Commission.
All right, it's been properly moved and supported. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, moving on. By the Executive Director, Mr. Sean McBride.
And Chair, so we had Dina send out the presentations this evening to your county emails. For some reason, the system is not allowing us to show them screens in the room. However, they are broadcasting on Facebook and YouTube, so apologize for that.
No worries, thank you. Are you sure? We don't want you winging it for over 10 minutes. You can use my laptop.
30 minutes.
Oh, no, no. You can
Thank
use
you.
my laptop if you want. It's pulled up.
While you're doing that, my name is Greg Rosine. I'm the chair of the Kalamazoo County Transportation and the Central County Transportation Authority. I've been a member of those authorities since their inception. I've been the chair now for almost, I think, the last 7 years or so. And this is kind of our annual report to the board as well. One of the things where Metro has been successful in the last several years is because we have strong partnerships. And our most important partnership is you, the county board. You created both authorities. We're creatures of the county board. And you appoint our members. And that's very important task that you have and responsibility as well. And in doing that, I hope as you go forward and new members are appointed as vacancies arrive, take a look at those and make sure that we have the best quality candidates we can find, but also that they represent the community and they look like our community, look like our customers, look like our employees. That's important to us. Many people know about Metro and they think of us as the buses because that's what you see every day going up and down, the big red buses, but we're a little bit more than that as well. The buses are certainly that central, that the primary activity or service that's provided by Metro, but we also have Metro Share. Metro Share provides vans across the county for nonprofit organizations to use for their members for transportation, and that's for no charge. We're also Metro Connect. Metro Connect does seven-day-a-week service. It provides thousands of rides every month, all across the county, take anybody anywhere. And then the new service that we have, and Sean's going to cover that here in just a minute, that is our Metro Link. Metro Link is a service that we just started this last month that combines that technology, leverages the technology of Uber and Lyft to marriage it with the other services that we provide in mobility. I'm going to turn this over now to Sean. He can give you a brief overview of some of the things we've done this last year and some of the challenges that we have going forward. And I think one of the most important things we want to leave with you today, the message is you're our partner. As a partner, as we go forward, we need your support. We're not asking for money, but we are asking you for support. In 2025, we'll have a millage election for the Central County Transportation Authority. In 2026, we'll have a millage up for the Kalamazoo County Transportation Authority. Your vocal support of those millages is very important. We've been fortunate in the last several years in our last millages. I think we had over 70% approval. But I don't know about you, but every time I go into one of these millage elections, I get really nervous. There was no polling. You go into it rather blind. But I have a lot of confidence in the voters in this community, and your support is central and key to that as well. I'm going to turn it over to Sean now, and he has a presentation as well.
Good evening, Chair Ray and County Commissioners. Thank you for having Metro here to present briefly our services that we provide to the community. Our mission at Metro is to improve the quality of life in the community by providing public transit services that are dependable, convenient, safe, efficient, cost-effective, and accessible for all. We take great pride in that. Since 1967, when public transit became an essential community service, we've provided Metro Transit at over 121 million rides to the community. This last year, we provided 1.8 million rides. One thing that we're most proud of as an organization are a couple real focuses. One, that we can provide public transit services 7 days a week to get anyone, anywhere in the county. We do that through our 3 key services. And then also that we are innovative in giving options to people on using public transit. Why do people use public transit? The number one reason countywide is to get to jobs. We are an economic development tool for the community. As we invest in our region through an arena, through other development, we encourage the developers to work with us and find mobility solutions to get employees and residents and customers to those services. The other secondary main reason is to educate our youth, to get people to college, to public schools. Our biggest service is our Metro bus service. We have 21 routes that serve the urban area of Kalamazoo County 7 days a week, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. at night. It's affordable, $1.50 per trip, and there is a 1-hour transfer with that. Our other main service is our Metro Connect service. In a lot of communities, it's called Dial-A-Ride. The Dial-Ride service provides point-to-point service. It's not just restricted to Kalamazoo County, but we provide regular service to the VA hospital in Battle Creek. We have at least 1 to 2 routes every day that go out there. In last fiscal year, we had 126,000 trips on Metro Connect and saw a 14% increase in ridership. One of the things we value as an organization is our ability to provide value-added services to the community. A recent example of this is the tornado last week. As we learned about that, we had staff volunteering. Our coach operators were volunteering to provide any evacuation services that were needed. We sent 3 buses out to Pavilion Estates and 3 to West Nage and Shoring Road to help individuals that were displaced in the tornado to reach these shelters. And we were able to assist a few individuals at each location. Our newest service that we're very proud of is Metro Link. It's a micro-transit service. It's a relatively new type of service in the public transit arena. It uses some of the concepts of Uber and Lyft. So you load a phone application, phone app. You can do it for an Android or Apple phone. If you go to Metro Link Kalamazoo, you can do that. Load that phone app, and then you can schedule a trip within 3 zones that we have. Within the zones, there's 3 types of trips you can take. One is point to point within that zone. 2 is from a point within that zone to a fixed route bus stop. That would give you access to the whole fixed route bus system. And then there's a possibility to take a trip from outside the zone into the zone and then connect to your final point of destination within that zone. The cost of that service aligned with our fixed route bus system. It's $1.50 per trip, and we've been doing it for about a month and have over 1,000 trips in the first month, and we are excited to grow that service further. The three zones, which we can't see right now, but the south zone basically encompasses a significant portion of Portage, the east zone, Comstock Township and parts of Kalamazoo Township and the city of Kalamazoo. And then the west zone, a significant portion of Oshtemo Township and parts of Kalamazoo Township and the city of Kalamazoo. And we are excited again to try this pilot for through the end of 25 and see if we reach a new class of rider and better meet our existing riders' needs. As far as transit funding, it costs over $20 million a year to operate the public transit system on the operation side. Our main source of funding is voter-approved millages. We have 2 voter-approved millages. One's the county-wide millage that funds Metro Connect, and the other is the Central County Transportation Authority millage of 0.9 that funds the fixed route bus system. That millage will be up, expires after this year. Will be up for a vote. We'll take it to the voters in the fall of 2025. We may need the County Board of Commissioners' help later this year as we look at the boundaries of the CCTA. Those can be adjusted at the conclusion before the next millage vote. If those boundaries do change, we'll be working with you all, the county attorney and the county administrator, on changes to the Articles of Incorporation, and we'll need to make those changes in November or December of this year. That concludes the presentation in close to 10 minutes. And to reemphasize Chair Rosine's point, we really do appreciate the partnership of the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners. We're not successful as an organization without community support and community partnerships, and we want to be there to solve the needs, the ever-evolving transportation needs, the mobility needs of our community.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions, Vice Chair?
Yeah, with the new legislation regarding precinct size, has that affected kind of as you're trying to do this CCTA and doing the different kind of zoning? You're kind of waiting to the townships come up with their exact precincts before you?
Good question, Vice Chair Taylor. With the existing CCTA millage, once the boundaries are approved and we have the millage in place, nothing changes through the term of the millage. As we go out and look at the boundaries for the 2025 and beyond CCTA boundaries, from what I'm hearing from the various townships, they're not in a position to make those boundary changes until after that vote. So it should not in fact impact significantly any of the boundary decisions.
Secondly, I noticed, an operational, in 2023 anyway, an operational surplus about 1.65 or so. Is that like dedicated for a capital sort of purchase, or is that just kind of how it fell?
Good question. There's 2 impacts there. One is during the pandemic, like a lot of organizations, we had to reinvent ourselves. Part of the reinvention was not by choice, was one, ridership decline because social distancing doesn't work on a fixed route bus system. And then number 2, the staffing situation that a lot of us face. We saw declining staffing. So we cut services during that period. So at this point, we are growing our services back to pre-pandemic levels. And number 2, we're seeing tremendous inflationary impacts that are bringing up costs significantly in our operation. So that's what we're seeing. And then also we are fortunate as an organization, like a lot of municipalities and governments, to see significant federal funding to help support the pandemic crisis.
And lastly, I'd be remiss if I didn't compliment you and your board and your staff for tremendous work that you've done, not just through the pandemic, but coming out of it as well. You know, I'm really excited about this Metro Link. I think it's kind of revolutionary and it could sort of transform the way that we look at transit. And Kalamazoo at the forefront of it, I think it's really cool. So kudos to you and your staff.
Commissioner Strips.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director McBride. It's good to have been with you a couple times the last week. I just want to elevate some of the comments from Chair Rosine for our board. One of the ways that we can support Metro is through our advocacy for the millage renewals that will come up, and the other is through our appointments to the CCTA and the KCTA. And so just elevating Chair Rosine's comments, when we're thinking about the ridership of Metro, most often we're really talking about people from marginalized, economically distressed communities, people with disabilities. They're often community members without other options for transportation, or the bulk of the ridership. And when we're looking for appointments to these bodies, Metro is really looking for people that have connection with those community members, shared lived experience, as well as the board skills of collaboration, strategic planning, networking capabilities. So I just want to elevate that. Is the description of the ridership accurate? And we're really looking for members that understand and interact with that population, as well as have the board leadership skills. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. On our fixed route bus system, our survey results clearly show that our riders are riders of need. They use public transit as their main source of mobility around the community, not by choice, but by necessity. And so you're absolutely right, Commissioner Shrebs.
Good. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me, Sean. I feel like I'd almost give you a presentation now after 2 days in a row. I'm a slow study, but I'll get there. One question I failed to ask last night, have you now gotten back to the ridership pre-COVID? I suspect you haven't, but you're closing in on it. Is that a safe assumption?
Yeah, since our down year, our low year was 2020, the next fiscal year, we were up about 40% ridership. The next year, we were up over 20%, and we're seeing a double-digit increase in ridership this year. We're still not back to the service levels we were pre-pandemic, especially on the fixed route bus system. So we're about 80% on the fixed route bus side of where we were ridership-wise pre-pandemic, and over 90% on the Metro Connect side.
May I ask a second one, Chair? Last night, you heard the discussions of the senior millage and how important it is for the individual jurisdictions, all 24 of them, to have an idea of what they're getting back for the tax monies they put in. You're already there, are you not? Haven't you been doing that sort of thing by jurisdiction and ridership numbers, like for a decade or so?
With public transit, we're very data oriented and have a lot of data available to us. So on our fixed route buses, for those that don't know that, we have a passenger counter. So every passenger is counted where they get on and off on the bus. So we have very detailed information on per stop ridership on the routes, on each of our routes. And then on our Metro Connect system, we do track monthly all ridership to all jurisdictions within the county. Commissioner Gissler and I were out in Comstock Township last night, and Metro was able to provide the ridership on the Metro Connect system over the past year, which was about 5,000 rides to Comstock residents.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have a presentation by Michigan Works, Southwest Michigan, Director Bungart Bibb.
so I am not Jackie. I am Ben Damrow, the Senior Director at the WE Upjohn Institute for Employment Research. I'm going to provide a few updates on the Institute, and then Jackie's going to talk about Michigan Works. And the reason I'm talking about the Upjohn Institute is because we are the administrative and fiscal agent for Michigan Works Southwest. And we've undergone some changes the last few years. And when I say changes, it's more of a rebranding in terms of who we are. So what we are is a private, nonprofit, nonpartisan research organization here in downtown Kalamazoo. We have 3 different parts to the organization, which is a research division where we have 12 PhD economists studying all facets of the labor market, from unemployment to older workers, youth, childcare. We have the Center for Workforce Innovation and Solutions, which I'm the director of, and that's really our operational arm at the Institute, which I'll talk a little bit more about later. And then we have the Center for Regional Economic and Community Development, where we have a regional team that works with municipalities, provides technical assistance to communities, and also has the Regional Planning Committee with which Lee Adams, who I know many of you know, staffs. From there, and I'm sorry we don't have our PowerPoint. The second slide is really an infographic, so I'll do my best to explain it here, which is really describing the structure of the Federal Workforce Development Network or system. So if you start at the top, you have federal priorities, federal funding, which we have funding that comes from Department of Labor, HHS, Agriculture, Department of Education. The funding from the federal level then comes down to the states, usually via formula, which varies, but for example, it could be like the number of people unemployed or the percentage of poverty. The states apply that same similar formula to the local level, to counties. So every county in the country is connected to a workforce development board. The structure is set up within Kalamazoo. We have an interlocal agreement with Branch, Calhoun, and St. Joseph counties, which transfers their authority and responsibility for those funds to Kalamazoo County. Each of the counties, we also have bylaws for that separate workforce development board, but each of the counties approves members to the workforce development board. Kalamazoo County, in turn, as I said before, contracts with the Upjohn Institute to be the administrative and fiscal agent for those services. And I mentioned earlier, but with our center, we've actually had this relationship with the county and city of Kalamazoo for 50 years now. So we're celebrating our 50 years. The first federal program for employment actually began in 1971. The Institute helped with the planning, operations, and administration of that employment program, Emergency Employment Act. And then 3 years later, there was a Comprehensive Employment and Training Act, which they actually called CETA. So in 1974, the Institute set up this relationship with, like I said, the city and the counties. So I'm going to skip over a few slides. I know we're trying to keep it to 10 minutes or less here. So we do have, and you'll see within the presentation, we have other components outside of Michigan Works within CWIS with our operational unit. So we do administer neighborhood employment hubs. We have 5 staff who are really focused on early childhood outcomes and childcare, who are magnificent and doing more regional work nowadays. And then we have an employer resource network where we have 27 companies, and we place a success coach on site to deal with all non-work related issues to help with the company's retention. And that's the largest in the nation within the employer resource network. So I'm going to turn it over to Jackie for more Michigan Works Southwest highlights.
Thanks, Ben. Jackie Bungart-Big, as Ben said, the director for Michigan Works. And before I get started, I really want to thank you. I've been with Michigan Works for 28 years, and I consider it an honor and a privilege to do this work. So I thank you for trusting us to do that. So a quick summary about who we are, what we do, how and why we do it. Michigan Works is a statewide unified workforce system. There are 16 of us across the state. Locally here, we cover 4 counties, like Ben said, Branch, Calhoun, Kalamazoo, and St. Joseph. We are demand-driven, and we have 2 main customers, job seekers and employers. Our mission is to prepare a qualified workforce to meet the needs of business and industry.
And how are we going to do that? By fostering collaborative partnerships, leveraging resources, and empowering a knowledgeable team dedicated to service and continuous improvement. And what is our why? We want to create meaningful transformation for people, our job seekers, our customers, and our communities. On our next slide, if anyone can see our next slide, there's a chart that details the different fund sources, the different services, and also shows who provides those services. So as you can see, Michigan Works is a network of different programs, services, and service providers, and they all make up this workforce development system. Wagner Pizer, Welfare Reform, Innovative Solutions, and Business Solutions are all delivered direct, and that means Upjohn Institute employees are delivering those services. WIOA, or Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act services, are subcontracted out, meaning those services are delivered by other organizations. KRESA provides our youth services, and Workforce Development Institute provides the services to adult and dislocated workers. We have two comprehensive full-service service centers, one in Kalamazoo and one in Battle Creek. We also have affiliate sites in Three Rivers and Coldwater. As Ben mentioned, we operate employment hubs throughout neighborhoods. We have community-based offices at Douglas Community Center and others throughout our different counties. We hold office hours at various community organizations such as Kalamazoo Defender. We also began providing virtual services, of course, during the pandemic, and found them to be very beneficial for our customers, often removing barriers that they faced. And so we've continued to offer those. And we will continue to offer those to help remove those barriers like childcare and transportation. And the numbers I hope you can see on a slide somewhere are customers served through our various programs for last year. We served over 15,000 people last year. And this number is actually quite a bit higher if you count all the numbers of job fairs and community events and My Career Quest and all of that. That over 15,000 are specific individuals enrolled in workforce programs. A couple of ways we serve youth in addition to those core services. Young professionals, we have a program called Young Professionals, and then I want to highlight My Career Quest, because if you haven't been to a My Career Quest, I hope you will go. It's one of the greatest events, my favorite event. The students, the employers, the energy, it's overwhelming in a positive way. We hold two My Career Quest events, one in Kalamazoo that typically serves 4,700 youth. And these are 8th graders, and they get hands-on simulation of real work. So, and then we hold one in St. Joseph County, which also hosts 1,200 8th and 9th graders. So please attend. We have one coming up in October. Michigan Works also has a business solutions department, and that is focused on serving employers. We can prepare job seekers all day, but if we don't have those relationships with employers, there's nowhere to put them. So we really depend on those relationships for quality, meaningful matches. So our business services team, they work with them on a variety of different things for recruitment, training, retention. And last year we gave 2,482 services to employers. One of those services that we offer is an Employer of the Day that we hold at our service centers. And in Kalamazoo alone last year, we did 71 of those. So the feedback we received from these events were positive from both job seekers and employers, making that in-person connection is a win-win for both of them. The team also supports employer-led collaboratives. The goal of these collaboratives is to bring employers together from specific industries to develop innovative strategies to address talent shortages. So this also gives us info we need to prepare our job seekers so that we can make those quality matches. Going Pro. Going Pro is one of our most successful strategies to assist employers in recruiting, training, and retaining talent. It is a competitive grant that employers can apply for, and if awarded, it assists them with training new employees and upskilling existing employees. Our team holds info sessions and helps employers navigate that process. And you will see eventually on your screen, hopefully, that the amount that was awarded to our 4-county area last year was over 4.6 million to train over 2,600 employees. And of that 4.6 million, over 2.1 million was awarded to Kalamazoo County. We also have an innovative solutions department, and because of time, I'm not going to go through all of those, but we have some pretty great special initiative programs. A lot of times the state comes to us and asks us to pilot these, and then they are successful, and then we are allowed, they usually take them statewide. So do a great job there. We can't do this work alone. We've heard a lot about partnerships in the different presentations, but we depend on those. We work with community partners, training partners, state and federal partners. We are connectors and conveners, and we leverage all of these things to create a seamless career pathway for our job seekers and a seamless service delivery model for our employers. And I can't list all of our partners because we have hundreds and hundreds, but we do work very closely with NACD, The Promise, Kalamazoo Defender, KVCC, Southwest Michigan First, so many more. Back over to you for some successes.
It's one criticism of our system is that we don't do a very good job of telling our story. So that's something that I think Jackie's done much better at, just in terms of different volunteer awards that have been given out to staff and moving forward. So please look at your annual report, because you'll see a few different of those success stories in the annual report in the folders that you all had. And I did want to highlight one, which is the Christine Quinn Excellence in Leadership Award, which Jackie received last year on a statewide level. It's the highest award that a director can receive. And I think she did it in probably the quickest amount of time ever for a director to actually receive that award. So just wanted to highlight her work for that. And then we also have a really good Impact Award video that I'd encourage everybody to watch as well. It talks about an employer in Schoolcraft and a youth apprenticeship that we helped connect together and the success that we saw from that.
What Ben didn't mention is that he was chosen to receive the Champion of Workforce Development Award in 2022. So that award is a statewide award also, and honors workforce professionals who exemplify the highest standards of leadership, which Ben has done. So what's next for Michigan Works Southwest? With your support, we want to continue to be highly connected to the communities that we serve, and we will remain focused on a customer-centered continuous improvement model. We do have a few priorities we want to focus on in the upcoming year. One is we are looking to expand apprenticeship opportunities. Apprenticeships are a proven successful talent strategy that gets people to work quickly with livable, thrivable wages. So we want to expand those opportunities across all industries. We also want to expand our mobile services, having staff out into the communities. We want to ensure as many people as possible have access to those services and those opportunities. And we want to continue to seek additional flexible funding, because we want to continue to fill the gaps that the state and federally funded programs can't always fill. So as Ben said, please take a look at your annual report because there's additional information in there and success stories. And with that, I will entertain any questions.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. Great presentation. You covered a lot of ground, both of you, in limited time. I missed, and it could be because I was just oblivious, but I'm sure you guys must have a heavy involvement with K-Reese's Career and Technical Education Center that's physically going up near Wing Stadium, but it's going to go way beyond the physical structure. Could you give me 30 seconds on that?
Sure. The Upjohn Institute was actually involved in helping to determine what CTE programs would be held there. That was part of it. As far as our connection with Michigan Works, I was just at a presentation earlier today with Eric Stewart from K-RESA. We're very connected. I think he's been here and presented and talked about the no lights out or never go dark. Our goal in connecting and partnering with that is we want to be that second step. They're the K through 12 and they're the CTE. We want to be that connection to the employer. So we do intend to be a part of that, and we have been a part every step of the way. We're on their steering committees. So hope that answered your question.
Excellent, yes.
Any other questions? Sienna, thank you so much. Sorry. I did not see that.
Thank you, Chair. Want to thank both the Upjohn Institute and Michigan Works for their hard work in helping many of our youth, many of our businesses, locating people to work and make Kalamazoo a great place to live, work, and play. I've been working with them now for about a year, and I see the hard work that they're doing in getting workers and jobs to match up, and it's a daunting task, and they go way above and beyond, and they're out there outreaching. They're doing all kinds of things. Every time we meet, they've got another program that they're working on to get people working and helping our businesses become successful too, because we need workers, we need employees. They're the backbone of our county. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your engagement on the board. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both, and for the other materials. I just have a question from the Pulse report from W.E. Upjohn, looking about ways to support working families. And the county, thanks to Vice Chair, we're working to lead for a TRICARE partnership, supporting our employees with children. And I was just looking at the impact of different investments for ways to support families, and I see those childcare vouchers and subsidies, which is TRICARE sort of approach, has a really similar impact but less complexity than on-site care. And so I'm just wondering, and you can't go into depth about this, but how are those quantified that way? I mean, you have PhD level research occurring, but can you just give me an overview of how you see the impact? How do you evaluate and rate it?
I can, but not tonight. I'm gonna have to go back and talk to the experts on that one, and then I can, communicate with you and let you know.
Great, I would look forward to that. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I talked about doing a poor job of celebrating our successes. We are going to be having a community breakfast that we'll invite all of you to, talking about our 50-year anniversary, and then an event later in the fall, which we'd love to have all of your participation in as well.
Just want to make sure I don't miss anybody. Thank you so much for your
Thank
time.
you, Chair Ray. Thank you all.
Have a good night. Okay, so next we have review of accounts payable and payroll disbursements from our finance director post.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners. We have an accounts payable claims list totaling $4,385,026.89 is presented for review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners asked to approve claims totaling $3,500,276.26. Payroll disbursements totaling $3,770,505.58 are presented for the May 10th general, May 14th special, May 15th elected, and May 16th special payrolls. There's no conflicts of interest with this batch of claims. I welcome any questions.
John? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right, next up is our monthly investment report from the Chief Deputy Treasurer, Tyler White.
Thank you, Chair. So for the county's investment portfolio, updates as of April 30th that were previously sent to you by administration. As of April 30th, the county's investment portfolio has a par value balance of $163,885,083.95 and a market value of $161,406,701.81. There's a variance between the two of par value to market value of $2,478,382.14. For context, April's market values, this variance had a 1.43 million increase from March to April. So if we were to liquidate all of our investments, we would lose more money. This there won't be any harm to us if we stay put. The jump is because the struggle the Federal Reserve has had in combating inflation. And with the April inflation updates that came through, there's no rate cuts expected until this fall, where last year they were anticipating at least 2, maybe 3 through the course of the year. Some were anticipating more. Inflation has stayed steady, so there's no rate cuts anticipated until maybe September or so. We'll be keeping our eyes out and we'll keep you all posted. And April was a little more difficult, not only because of the inflation figures, but there was lower than expected GDP growth for the first quarter of 2024 when all the data was accumulated. Economists expected 2.5% growth for the first quarter of the year, but only 1.6% came out in the wash. Again, none of this will actually impact us unless we short sell our portfolio. Please don't, and we'll be perfectly fine. As for actual earnings for April, the portfolio earned $608,096.65 on an average daily balance of $165,579,245.38. This has an effective rate of return on the county's investments of 4.47%. It's inclusive of all realized gains and losses on U.S. Treasury notes through our partner managed account, which has a current yield of 5.38%. Our year-to-date earnings total $2,415,280.74, again, inclusive of all realized gains, losses, amortization of investment premiums and discounts. And of this, $1,511,246.44 relates to the general fund and budget stabilization categories. Like last month's updates, if we assume that the rest of the year follows the same track as January through April, we'll be on track to earn about $7.2 million for this year. And for the monthly inflation updates of what makes up the 3.4% for April, it's down 0.1%, 3.5% in March. And the Bureau noted that indices for gasoline and shelter were the largest component of monthly inflation across all items. Again, our 4.47% rate of return exceeds the 3.4% inflation. We still want it to cool down. That just gives us more purchasing power at the end of the day. And for a context of where this inflation is spread, food is up 2.2% over the last year. Energy commodities or fuel, 1.1%. Energy services or our utilities, 3.6%. Shelter is 5.5%. Transportation services is 11.2%. Medical services, 2.7%. And other commodities, so vehicles, apparel, medical commodities, is the only one that's down 1.3%. But I'd be happy to take questions on any of this, on inflation, at least to the best of my ability, because I don't work for the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Thank you, Tyler. Vice Chair?
I certainly don't have any questions about the Bureau of Labor Statistics. But I do have a question, and I guess it's a small concern about the market value, par value discrepancy increase. I guess, is it, in layman's terms, is it fair to say the negative difference between a market value and a par value is if you had that exact same cash today, you'd be able to invest it at a higher yield? Is that roughly a good assumption?
I would say both yes and no, which is the economist's answer. But with that, the market value drop, I think, is a little softer than expected. I think part of the positive values that we had to end 2023 was because it was baking in good news. It was anticipating there's going to be multiple rate cuts. The economy is going to be doing even better. We're going to get inflation under control. And this is a little bit of coming back down to earth, where in 2022, for those annual updates, we had a much larger market value variance between our par value and our market value. End of 2023, that was starting to get smaller and smaller. I believe it was about $600,000, $700,000 variance compared to the over $2 million at the end of 2022.
As we started investing money and not keeping it in a bank account,
well,
that discrepancy started to narrow, correct?
Yes, but with this, Part of it is coming down to earth just a little bit. Another part is bad news meant that the market reacted not so great for the end of April. And I would anticipate that, one, the slight decrease, it's 0.1%, it's still relatively steady. Hopefully, we'll be seeing inflation cool further into the summer, so that way economic projections look better. We can anticipate an actual price or an actual rate decrease sometime in the fall. If we continue to see the same kind of result we've been seeing where inflation stays steady, I would anticipate likely more of a market decrease as the value of our treasury notes and things like that are less enticing, because those rate cuts that were anticipated are no longer going to be the case. So when we've got our investments where we booked, hey, we're going to have a year at 4%, well, it's not as valuable where if we had the money in a money market account or something when inflation stays steady at 5.
I guess I'm having a hard time understanding the inflationary impact. I know the inflationary impact is going to drive the rates, but it seems that the market and par value is dictated 1 million or 100% on the rates, and inflationary is just a precursor to what those rates will do. Am I correct?
Yes. So as far as the inflation itself, so that's what's driving whether or not the Fed decreases the reserve rate. And so because inflation has stayed high, they're not going to cut that.
And so Michigan class has a higher percentage now, correct?
Correct.
Of the interest. And that's what's driving the market and the par rate, is if we didn't have our money locked in from, say, a month ago or 2 months ago into a long-term bond, and instead we could go to Michigan class and make more money, that causes that discrepancy between par and market value.
For at least those that are invested outside of those, yes. The bulk of our portfolio is still with our Michigan class and our PFM asset management GovMake, those, because they've been earning these current yields of like 5.38%. But for our CDs and the like, where we were anticipating rate cuts where we'd get 5% for a year, when we tried to bake in some of that anticipating rate cuts and that did not happen, we're seeing a little more of a drop in the market values. Granted, they're maturing, and we are able to turn around and invest those again for another year, larger rates. We are anticipating at some point inflation will have to come down. It's just a matter of when. And if we were able to price that, if we were able to track that, I think we would all be working on Wall Street right now.
We'd all be millionaires, absolutely. Well, I guess I'm not horribly, overly concerned about that, because those numbers will reverse as soon as the first rate cut comes through. And knowing when those rate cuts are going to, as you said, it's a guessing game kind of, but, and I will also say, again, every time you're up here, thank you so much for you and your staff. We went from you've said over $7 million this year. Before I got on the board in 2022, it was 800,000. So, or 1.2 million or something like that. But I mean, it's gone up 5-6-fold. And so thank you to you and your staff and Thomas and everybody else that's working on this, because it's night and day from where we were.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to thank you for bringing this out, because it's, as Vice Chair just pointed out, that money helps us provide more to our taxpayers, helps our county provide more services and without increasing taxes. And I think that's huge. That's very important. What was going on before was not acceptable, and this is really helps our taxpayers not have to shoulder more than they need to. So thank you very much. Thank you for pointing that out, John.
All right, seeing no other questions. Thank you, Tyler. See you next month. All right, any other items? We have a proclamation honoring Matthias Florian, Elijah Stocker, Aiden Olston, Cody Henderson, and Russell Sullins as an Eagle Scout recipient. It's the first reading. Any volunteers? Do we have to read it?
Do you want me to read it?
Oh, thank you, John. He does.
All right. I thought I had it up. Now I'm getting the circle. Here we go. So each one has to be read? Oh, I'm gonna try to do
They're probably
something.
all the same.
Oh. Yeah, they're each individual one, but I will.
How about we read them next time?
I'd be happy now.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I think I can read one as long as I can combine all the names.
What if they're different?
They're all different things. Oh. Oh.
I don't think, I mean, council, do they actually have to read the proclamations? I don't believe they have to. He can opine.
No, they can just accept the proclamation as presented at the first reading.
So we'll accept all of them, and then if they are here at our next meeting, then we can read them and present them. That's, okay. Sounds like a great idea to me. All right, so next up we have a disaster relief discussion. Administrator, do you want to kind of kick that off? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. So in your packet, I included a letter or a memo rather that detailed or that at least shares some details on the disaster relief abilities that we have within ARPA, within that interim final rule. And so very timely that that came out because we actually sustained damage from a major weather event in the southern part of the county here. And so there are a myriad of uses that are eligible under that rule, which are included but not limited to temporary housing, food assistance, debris removal, which is what we heard from tonight from Texas Township, but also City of Portage and Pavilion Township, Pavilion Charter Township, Texas Charter Township rather. Public infrastructure repair, increased operational costs, cash assistance for uninsured and underinsured individuals that have experienced disaster caused expenses, cash assistance for low-income households, and home repairs for primary residences, et cetera. So there's a myriad of eligible uses under that interim final rule. I know that the board had discussed assisting individuals and businesses. The interim final rule is pretty specific in that they must align basically with the ALIS population. So you can't, although I know the desire is to help anyone and everyone with expenses, things like that, if you're helping individuals, it's very specific that they have to fall within a threshold, which is the ALIS population. So if you may or may not be aware that the United Way South Central Michigan has a disaster relief fund set up, and that's how that fund is set up, is through, you have to qualify as being part of the ALIS population, essentially. So if the board desired to help individuals, a portion of the funding that was forfeited from ARPA from Trauma Recovery Associates and the Kalamazoo Child and Abuse Council, or Prevention Council rather, so it's about $1 million. A portion of that could be allocated or appropriated to United Way for individuals and businesses that qualify. And then for the debris removal, I've been working with the road commission as Superintendent Wilson spoke about on trying to remove a lot of these trees and other debris under their hourly rate. We don't have, and the road commission doesn't have any idea necessarily on an estimated dollar amount that they would need to clear trees. But I think at this point, anything helps. So if the board desired to allocate funding towards debris removal for that cause, we could do that, have that set aside, a portion of whatever the board desired at that point to set aside for debris removal, and then they would contract with the vendors that they've received bids from for an hourly rate to clear those debris from Texas Township, Pavilion, Charter Township, and City of Portage. So happy to answer questions in a more detailed manner, but yeah, we'll stand by for those.
Thank you, Kevin. Any comments, questions, Vice Chair Pro Tem?
Thank you, Chair. What is the rate that the United Way is going to charge us to distribute those funds through that. And also the amount, have we heard any kind of number from the road commission on their need or their amount that they would be able to? I know we're going to be talking with the state and with the federal folks here in the next couple days, and trying to gather funds to help all these people that are impacted. We need to be mindful that this is a traumatic thing. Having been through numbers and been out in these areas regarding this, I think it's important that we do what we can to try to help all of the residents and small businesses that are, all the businesses have been affected in this disaster. I think we need to be looking at what we can do for that, for them, so.
Yes, that's a great questions, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. So we, the Road Commission does not know exactly how much they need at this point. They just, so they're willing to help private residences. So right now they have capacity to clear debris out of their right of way that they control. They have not asked me for direct, or the board for direct assistance in that regard to help clear their controlled areas, but they have capacity to help clear private residents' debris and things like that. So they're willing to step up. However, they would need funding for that, but they don't know how much they need. And like Superintendent Wilson said, there's so much of it. The scale, if you all haven't been out there, it's unreal. There's so much of it that anything that they can get, it'll help leverage some resources through the bids that they awarded through their hourly rate to help just clear debris. So I think that's where they kind of are with that.
Thank you, Kevin. Vice Chair?
I guess a couple of questions. Have we talked or communicated, the road commission, we haven't gotten final numbers. Have we talked to the drain commissioner at all of what he needs to kind of clear out a lot of those drains that are down there?
That's a great question, Vice Chair Taylor. I forgot to answer. There was another question that Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler asked about the United Way's rate. So I don't know their rate. Typically it's 10%, but we could negotiate with them, I'm sure, on that. So I can follow back up with the board on that. With regard to the drain commissioner, he has not made me aware of any costs or extra work that they've incurred as far as the tornadoes. I have spoken to him since, and I'm not under the impression that they have a lot of sustained damage or things that they need cleaned out of the county drain system.
Okay, I know there's one drain that kind of went over the top, but I mean, he's got drains everywhere. I don't know what they all are. But the second question is how we help municipalities. I think that we need to do that. I'm certainly in support of that. I would like to see a dollar for dollar match, though. I don't want to help a municipality that maybe has a lot of their own internal money, but they don't want to go spend down into the 20s and 15% of what their allocated fund balances are. But I certainly would like to, if we are to give money to municipalities, I'd like to it matched by that local municipality for dollar. It'll increase the impact of those dollars, and I think we help a lot more people out that way.
Commissioner Stubbs.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just elevate, I support the concept of reallocating ARPA resources. We're coming up on timelines to make sure that those funds are expended in a timely manner. The last thing we want to do is have ARPA funds returned back to the federal government. With a couple of our contracts that hadn't come to fruition, it would take time to rebuild contracting and expensing. However, the work that we did commit to with the ARPA resources was important work. And so I challenge our administrator and our board to see if we have other resources within general fund that we can still target and identify ways that we can do trauma recovery work in the community, which will relate to many populations, including folks who've been impacted here. So I am in support. I would also like to see that, we figure out ways to collaborate and get the dollars out the door as quickly as we can. And so utilizing the fund already established with United Way makes sense, but I would like us to advocate strongly to negotiate the rate, because as many of the funds as needed to getting directly to the people in need are important. And I had something else, I'm trying to talk so it'll come up in my brain. I can't remember what else I had. Hopefully it will come to me, but if not, I can follow up with other questions. Thank you.
We can come back to you too. Sure, Commissioner Gissler has something. Commissioner Duluth?
Yes, Evan. Just a question for the board, I guess. Are we talking about spending the entire $1 million on this or a portion, or I guess what's the feeling?
Commissioner Stubbs, I saw your face.
Well, I didn't want to, that's not an answer to the question posed by Commissioner, but I remembered. So the state and federal resources for disaster relief become available. My understanding is if we have over $18 million of damage or expenses incurred above and beyond what would be general operating expenses, would resources that we allocate help in that advocacy for disaster relief funds? Do these then count as funds expended? I've heard so far we've incurred very little expense as county government. Do these help then justify or demonstrate expenditures needed for disaster relief support?
No, that's a great question, Commissioner Stubbs. I would have to verify that with emergency management. I would imagine that it would, although we're under the impression, I mean, and it's all preliminary, but state police as well as working with FEMA, they don't believe that we'll really reach that threshold even in the county. They don't, I don't believe at this time they think that the damage is that severe, but they're still working on that final damage assessment, and we'll get that report back. But I would have to imagine that if we're putting money towards recovery, that it would count, but it's a pretty big threshold to meet.
So just a comment in response to that. I mean, if we're not going to see, state and federal dollars come back to recovery, then it's really on all of us in the community to fund it and do it. So collaborating with our local units, but looking at our resources and figuring out what we can do to support the community recovery is how it gets done.
Commissioner Gissler and then Commissioner Mazur.
Thank you, Chair. I guess the concern I have is and this is above and beyond the trauma that people have experienced with this tornado, or maybe it's more than one. We're getting ready to enter, and you guys on the inside, the department heads and whatever, are already talking about budgets. And we would be remiss if we started trying to go into the budgeting process with this kind of, did we meet the threshold or didn't we meet the threshold kind of thing up in the air. That could make a serious impact on our budgeting process. So I'm hopeful that things can be moved, trying to move the state and the feds expeditiously is a real challenge for you, Kevin. I just wanted to make that observation.
Well, I'm definitely in favor of using the ARPA funds. As far as the matching, I know that sounds fair and everything, but the budgets that the townships have, Pavilion and Texas, are not going to be the same budgets that the city of Portage can provide. But then I don't know all the damage that's in Portage. So that's the only downside I see of that. Their budgets are pretty tight already, so that, I guess that would be my only concern. Thank you.
I agree with that, Commissioner Mazur. Commissioner Morales and then Vice Chair Pro Tem.
I was gonna say, I think we should treat that just like we would treat our vulnerable communities that don't have, our marginalized communities, when we're looking at funding and rebuilding, that if you don't have enough money in your budget as Portage would, that we would start with the people who have less money first. But still matching what you do have. And then maybe going above and beyond to help clear up that area, because I think other areas are gonna get it, once we start matching. City of Portage, y'all got a lot of money. Y'all, not to take away from anything, but when we're looking at a Texas township in those smaller areas, I think that your point is well taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Nobody really budgets for disasters. You, as an organization, you budget to take care of your services that you generally normally provide. A disaster of this magnitude impacts everybody. And I am fully in favor of using every bit of that money that's left to help the folks in Texas, in Portage, and in Pavilion, and in, I think even Comstock and those areas had some damage. But, obviously we want to make sure that it's fair and it gets out to those that need it. And, but the cleanup is massive. Having been involved in several of these things over the few years I've been doing this, nobody has money in their budget like this to handle this kind of devastation. And having been down there and seen it, been involved with it, I think it's important that it's going to impact this community. And so whatever we can do, we need to be stepping up to do it. And we need to try to help these communities get the ball rolling, get the cleanup underway, and get stuff back to, because it's going to take a long time. It's going to take years. It was pointed out to us that there's a lot of devastation in people's yards and stuff. Things are not the same. They never are. But they will rebuild. They will come back, but it's going to take a very long time. And whatever we can do to impact that and get it started as quickly as possible is in the best interest of this community. And this county board is going to, I hope, step up and do whatever we can to try to get that ball rolling. And I know I've talked to some of the state legislators, and I've talked to some of the federal folks. We need their help. Obviously, there's been disasters all over the country, especially the last couple months. It's been all over. And I think those pots are running a little thin on the federal level and on the state level. So, but I think we can do what we can do, and I think we should step up and do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. I have two questions for the administrator. The first question, we can't use the ARPA dollars for anybody outside of the Alice population. When we talk about individuals and businesses, are we able to use some of the unallocated fund balance to kind of put some dollars in the pot for those folks as well who don't fit into that category? And then the second question is, what exactly do you need from us right now? Should we be talking numbers? Should we just, because we all know that we need to do this. We all know we need to do it expeditiously. So what exactly do you need from us to move this forward?
Great questions, Chair. So I would need to get a legal opinion, to be honest, on allocating unallocated unassigned fund balance to assist in other individuals. I can't answer that on the spot, but we can research that so we can put legal on that. And then I think for now, I need to get back to you all on the threshold, the $18 million threshold in our sort of directing funding, ARPA funding towards that, if that counts toward the threshold. I've already sent out a request to United Way on the admin fee that they'll charge, so I have an inquiry out for that. I think that it would be beneficial for the board to sort of align on how they would like units of local government to participate in this. So if the board is setting aside funding for the communities, if there is to be a dollar for dollar match, or how that will work, I think we should work out those details early on, just to kind of understand, as you know. So for example, Texas Charter Township, through Superintendent Wilson, their board allocated $50,000 of their ARPA money, and then $50,000 of their general funding to assist in debris cleanup of a specific, neighborhood there. So that could potentially be their dollar for dollar match then, or we, so that could count, but then if Pavilion Township or Charter Township only has, maybe it's $10,000, do they still, I think we have to kind of work out those details and, just garner some alignment on that, how we'd like to approach that piece of it. And then, so that's with communities, and then how are we, once we hear back from United Way, then we can kind of decide, I think the board needs to decide kind of what portion would they like to give to United Way for the Alice population. Then we kind of wait for our legal opinion to come back on assisting through our general fund as well for the other folks that don't qualify under Alice.
Thank you. Commissioner Strauss.
Thank you, Chair. So just some thoughts percolating around from that discussion, and I don't know if this makes sense, but if we're looking at roughly $1 million that we can seed out to the, identify buckets to the municipal populations, maybe it might be across the percentage of homes impacted within the municipality. I believe I remember a statistic in Pavilion Township. This is really a high percentage of the residential units within that municipality, was my understanding. And looking at, the Pavilion Estates, we're targeting low-income population there as well. So I want to be equitable with the allocation. Maybe that's going to see, more investment from us into municipal government without as many resources to match. Or if we did a dollar matching sort of structure, that would funnel most of the resources into our wealthiest segment of the community hit by the disaster. Not that everyone is not deserving and in need of help, but maybe we could identify the percentage of Alice population that lives within a particular municipality, along with the percentage of residential homes that were impacted, and use those numbers to base a percentage of the allocation that we're going to make with our ARPA resources. That would be a thought.
Well, I think we heard tonight, people kind of need funds now. I mean, all this research sounds great, but how long is this going to take? It's my feeling specifically with Texas Township. I mean, they came here tonight and they presented and they asked. And I would like to even take some action tonight on that. And oddly enough, Commissioner Taylor's recommendation, when I wrote down their $100,000, I put match on that. I mean, that's been my feeling all along, is we should at least match what they've committed to their citizens. So, and that was my question. Are we going to spend the whole $1 million, and then how do you figure it out? But I think for those that have come forward already, that we should actually take some action.
I think tonight we can take action on the municipality portion of that. I think we're probably going to need a little bit more research on the other aspects with the Alice population and how we do that. But if we can come up with a dollar amount that we can do for municipalities, I am still in favor of the matching. For instance, I mean, Texas Township has $12 million fund balance. That's over 100% of their annual. I mean, they've got a new building that they've got to build, and they've got a lot of other expenses. Pavilion probably doesn't have that type of money. They don't have the type of money that Portage does or Texas Township does. To have over 100% fund balance, that's a good deal. That's you save for a rainy day, and I'm telling you, it's raining, and it's probably time to lower that fund balance. And I think we should meet Texas Township on dollar for dollar on that. I think that it's going to be a considerable cost for them. It's a considerable cost for Portage. And if we can, I think today we can do the municipality portion of this. As we get to the residential portion of that, I do agree with Commissioner Strebs that, and unfortunately, what Commissioner DeLue's right, the sooner the better, especially for the people. I think we've got to move fast, but what we can do today, I believe, is the municipality portion.
Well, I want to say that I agree with most of that, but I do think that we can also make a decision on what we can send to the United Way. There's already a process in place. They've already got some dollars out into the community. They took donations. I want to say they got like $177,000 that went to 8 different organizations. We can just add to that pot. I don't think we have to do a whole lot of research to determine what needs to go into that, but we can't wait for the legal opinion on whether or not we can assist those people who are outside of that population. Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. So are we looking at approximately a $300,000 match between those tonight for those two entities that we can agree on to help get some of that money funneled? You said 177 for United Way?
Well, no, so he's talking about matching like municipalities. So that is a fund that is assisting with
No, I get that.
relocation fees and.
I get
yeah.
that, but I'm saying with United Way, because we were just discussing that, because he was asking how much will we be paying them? So are we gonna contribute to whatever they fundraise, or is that something different?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like we should, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a match. We can come up with any dollar amount. And just send it to
I just said
United
match
Way.
because we said matching, so to have a solid number, 177 for United Way and 100,000 for Texas Township.
So then what do we do for Pavilion and? I think
When we get that number.
Pavilion's probably gonna need a little bit more support than $100,000.
I agree.
So yeah, no, I mean, great discussion. So I did have an email from Office of Emergency Management that, this doesn't include the FEMA damage assessment. They did, so what happens is that OEM does their own assessment first, then FEMA comes in. Through the numbers that Director Corfman provided me with, so in terms of, these are just residential properties of damage sustained. Portage sustained, out of all the damage that was sustained, I'm just going by percentages. I just added it up really quick, but Portage sustained 60% of all damage, Pavilion sustained 21%, and then Texas sustained 19%. So, I mean, my thought is, and I know that, the board is looking at matching funds, but you could, go another route where you just, say out of the $1 million, and I'm just, as an example, if you said, we're going to allocate for the municipal jurisdictions only, out of the $1 million, we're gonna say 400,000. Well, then you divvy up that 400,000, 60% goes Portage, 21% Pavilion, 19% Texas. Or you then say that, or you can go the route that you all are considering as well, and you say that, we're just do a dollar for dollar match. So Texas Township has already put in 100,000, so they get 100,000. But I still think that you need a cap and define, how much of the million you still want to support the municipalities with. So maybe that's still 400,000. But anyway, so just some ideas out there. But those are the percentages: 60% Portage, Pavilion 21%, Texas 19%.
Thank you. So I would support that, number one. Number two, when we're looking at that percentage, even though Pavilion is 21%, I think the cost may be a little higher for them, for us to fix that. So I know you mentioned, hey, Portage is 60%, but we know Portage got some funding. So maybe within that, when we cap the budget, that we narrow in on Pavilion to get more of the dollars, and then, unless we split it 3 ways equally. But we know that Pavilion is gonna need more of the money.
I'll let Commissioner Gissler go first, because I think I have a motion.
Excuse me, yes, your comments, John, prompted my question now, and that is, are we running a risk by essentially taking care of our own, so to speak, and diminishing the value of any future state or federal grants, or discounted loans, or whatever the service may offer? They, for instance, I guess I'll use a simple test. Let's say we put $1 million into the hopper, and the $18 million threshold does not get met for the feds and the state to get active themselves. Had we not paid that, maybe it would have, because maybe we paid $1 million, and maybe it was 18 even, and we paid $1 million, so that leaves only 17 that's necessary to be covered by the state and the feds, and they say that doesn't meet our threshold. I just don't want to see us do damage to the people that need the help the most.
I don't think so. And the reason I don't think so is we're not gonna make that 18 million based on the deadlines of the reporting. Most of these municipalities have no idea how much it's going to cost. They have no idea, and the deadline of when they have to report all these costs to FEMA, it's just not practical that they can get to that $18 million threshold. Now, the state of disaster signed by Chair Ray and the governor, we might be able to get some low interest business loans and some of those state funding, but there's not a lot of money left in that pot there at the state level. So really, as Commissioner Strebs has indicated, unfortunately, it's falling on us. Now, we've been good fiscal stewards with the public dollars for a long time. So, and so is Texas Township. I'm going to thank Commissioner Mazur for her service there. And Portage is in good shape too, but that doesn't mean that they don't need help and that we can't have the ability to help them. What I would propose is a motion that we put $400,000 for the municipalities to be split on a percentage outlined by Administrator Catlin, $300,000 to the United Way, and then the last $300,000 we can wait for those decisions and those legal opinions. And that way, if we're holding up money for research and everything else, that $300,000, if it doesn't get spent right away, or it can't get spent right away because it's ARPA, whatever the legal opinions are, we can roll that back into our budget or for some other cause. But if we are able to get it and get the full million out, we can. But I think today, and I agreed after listening to Chair Ray, I do agree we can also move on the United Way front as well. So I would make a motion that we divvy $400,000 of ARPA money to be divided between Texas Township, City of Portage, Pavilion Township, based on the assessment damage provided by the Office of Emergency Management.
It's been moved and seconded. I got a question for corporate counsel. Can we do that in committee of the whole, or do we need to move it to our 7 o'clock agenda?
Let me figure out the right button. You can. We're at a posted meeting, and you do have a practice of that where you consider it here and move it there. You can do it now.
All right, any discussion?
I can withdraw my motion so I can do it at 7 o'clock and provide the clerks with a written response so that they're not, does that make more sense? And Kevin and I can sit down and write something up.
I feel like it's in our bylaws. Angelina was very she made us move things.
It's actually, it's not in the bylaws, but that
Okay.
has been your practice.
Okay.
The bylaws do not prohibit you from making a motion at committee of the whole. I do support the concept when it's something this detailed of having the motion be in writing to present to the clerk. That could happen now or at the full board meeting. And from a timing standpoint, it may make sense to say, look, we're going to bring this up, make a motion on the agenda to include this as an action item at the full board meeting at 7.
All right, so the motion's been withdrawn. The support has also been withdrawn. So we will get this written up at 7. And Commissioner DeLue, if you have a question, I will let you ask it.
No, not a question. It was going to be part of my discussion, not in favor of the motion. I'll wait till then.
Okay. Commissioner Mazur?
Okay, I can't do the math. So what does this turn out to be for Portage, Pavilion, and Texas?
Oh, you could have just asked that. John can get that in 2 seconds.
240, 198, and 206.
No, you gotta split it up in 3.
240, 196, and 206.
No, that's too much.
No, 240, 98, 90, not 198, 90.
Wow. So then what's the 21% and 19%?
21% would be 40,000 times 2, 80,000.
So 84 is 21%. And then 19 is how much?
76.
I say we refigure this before the motion.
Well,
Thank you. What do you got, Dale? This is it.
well, that's my problem. We've been talking about matching Texas's
money, which I think is very appropriate. But we're not, so we're not coming close to 100,000.
Right. So what we
So
can
that's why I'm
do-
not in favor of this motion.
All right. Well, we got an hour and then you can just work on the motion. It's not a motion yet. So we got time. And then we have a motion for closed session. And then before we go in closed session, I need to take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
I move we enter closed session to consider written attorney/client privilege communications from the county attorneys as permitted under MCL 15.268, parent 1, parent H.
All right, it's been properly moved and supported. Any discussion? Clerk, will you call the roll first, please?
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor. Vice Chair Taylor. Commissioner Wheeler, Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer, Commissioner Morales, Chair Ray. 8 yes.
Make a motion that we come out of closed session.
Support.
All right, moved by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, supported by Commissioner Strebs. Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Vice Chair Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler, Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Yes. Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales, Chair Ray, Commissioner Straps.
Yes.
7 yes.
Motion to approve the minutes from closed session.
All right, moved by Commissioner Strebs, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Do we need a roll call or can we voice vote? Okay. All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposition? All right, the minutes are approved. And we are, committee of the whole meeting at 7:16. Oh, we're gonna call the other meeting to order. All right, so now we're calling to order our regular May 21st, 2024 board meeting. And we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Sorry, you all look so good. Hi, Rick. All right. We're gonna call the meeting back to order. Thank you all for your patience and allowing us to take that short break. All right, so up first, we're gonna have Commissioner Gisler give the invocation, although it's not his turn. Vice Chair is not here, and we know you already have something prepared. We appreciate you so much. Oh, no? You want to do it, Jeff? You're pretty good at praying. All right, you got us.
Please join with me tonight. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the many blessings you have bestowed upon us. We ask you to guide us in this time of stress with all the emergencies that we have had in our community, and ask you to watch over us and protect us as you did about 2 weeks ago. You brought us out with very minor injuries, but there was a lot of destruction and a lot of heartbreak. Please help those and help all of us heal, help us move together to combat this and to bring this county back to a whole position. We ask you to watch over all of us and all of our families, and thank you for the many blessings that you have bestowed upon us. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Clerk, will you call the roll for us, please?
Commissioner Mazer,
Here.
Commissioner Morales, Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs,
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor, Commissioner Wheeler, Commissioner DeLu. Here. Commissioner Gisler.
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
You have 7 present at the moment.
Thank you so much. So moving down to item number 4, proclamations. The first one is 2024-550, a request to approve the proclamation recognizing June 2024 as Justice Against Bullying at Schools Awareness Month in Kalamazoo County. We do have the JABS Club in attendance, so if you all want to come to the podium, Commissioner Morales will read the proclamation and then present it.
Thank you, Chair. Proclamating June 2024 Justice Against Bullying at Schools JABS Awareness Month in Kalamazoo County. Whereas Justice Against Bullying at School JABS has served nearly 800 youth impacted by bullying in Kalamazoo County since 2016. Whereas during that time, JABS has raised awareness, educated, supported, and empowered youth who have been affected by bullying in some way. Whereas the JABS initiative was recognized by the governor on its 5th anniversary and presented with a certificate of recognition. Whereas JABS employs and trains youth impacted by bullying and gun violence through the JABS Event Factory. Whereas JABS strongly supports the inclusion of students in the development of anti-bullying policy-making process and allows students to form and organize groups to advocate for their own right to safe, bully-free, nonviolent educational spaces. Whereas anti-bullying initiatives like JABS are proving to be transformative in combating the childhood traumatic effects of bullying in academic environments, as well as enhancing better outcomes for students. Whereas Kalamazoo County has resolved to be a leader in trauma-informed work and has adopted a resolution to build trauma-informed, resilient, and healthy Kalamazoo County on April 3, 2018. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners recognizes June 2024 to be Justice Against Bullying at School, JABS Awareness Month for this day forward, and encourages all Kalamazoo County residents to recognize and support justice against bullying at school for strengthening our community and holding on to the promise for everyone, especially the school-age youth of Kalamazoo County.
All right, moved by Commissioner Morales, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Roll call vote, please. You can go up.
Commissioner Morales? No. Chair Ray?
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs?
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor? Commissioner Wheeler? Commissioner DeLu?
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler?
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler?
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer?
Yes.
8 yes.
All right, the motion carries. Congratulations. No, it's your turn. That's okay. You can do that then.
I would like to thank you guys for supporting jobs for the last 8 years.
All right, next up, we have 2024-503. It's a proclamation declaring the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day. Commissioner Strebs will read the proclamation and present it. If you would like to come up, Rick and Ashley and anyone else who is here for this proclamation.
All right, thank you. This is a proclamation declaring the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day. This proclamation declares the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the County of Kalamazoo to honor and remember all victims and survivors of gun violence, and declare that we as a county must do more to end this public health crisis. Whereas every day 120 Americans are killed by gun violence, more than 200 are shot and wounded, with an average of nearly 18,000 gun homicides every year. Whereas Americans are 26 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries. And whereas Michigan has 1,382 gun deaths each year, with a rate of 13.7 deaths per 100,000 people, crisis that costs the state $16.8 billion each year, of which $380.5 million is paid by taxpayers. Michigan has the 21st highest rate of gun deaths in the U.S. And whereas gun homicides and assaults are concentrated in cities, with more than half of all firearm-related gun deaths in the nation occurring in 127 cities. And whereas cities across the nation, including Kalamazoo, are working to end the senseless violence with evidence-based solutions. And whereas protecting public safety in the communities they serve is the county board's highest responsibility. And whereas support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens goes hand in hand with keeping guns away from people with dangerous histories. And whereas local government officials and law enforcement officers, in partnership with local violence intervention activists and resources, know their communities best and are the most familiar with local criminal activity and how to address it, and are best positioned to understand how to keep their citizens safe. And whereas gun violence prevention is more important than ever, as we see an increase in firearm homicides and non-fatal shootings across the country, increased calls to domestic violence hotlines, and an increase in city gun violence. Whereas in January of 2023, Hadia Pennington was tragically shot and killed at age 15. And on June 7th, 2024, to recognize the 27th birthday of Hadia Pennington, born June 2nd, 1997, people across the United States will recognize National Gun Violence Awareness Day and wear orange in tribute to, one, Hadia Pennington and other victims of gun violence. And two, the loved ones of those victims. And whereas the idea that inspired the group of Hadia's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange, they chose this color because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters when out in the woods. Orange is a color that symbolizes the value of human life. And whereas anyone can join this campaign by pledging to wear orange on June 7th, the first Friday in June in 2024, to help raise awareness about gun violence. And whereas by wearing orange on June 7th, 2024, Americans will raise awareness about gun violence and honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors. And whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence, pledge to do all that we can to keep firearms out of the hands of people who should not have access to them, and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our families and communities safe. I move this be proclaimed today.
Moved by Commissioner Strub, supported by Commissioner Morales. Roll call vote, please.
Chair Ray? Commissioner Strebs?
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler? Commissioner DeLu?
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler?
No.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler? Commissioner Mazer?
Yes.
Commissioner Morales?
Yes.
7 yes, 1 no.
I'll be brief. Thank you, Ashley, for joining me. I recruited her. Just wanted to briefly say our group, which is spread out all over the place today, there's a concert at First United Methodist about vigil against violence. I know that the county commission has supported this proclamation, I think, since 2017 or 2018. And we're very appreciative of what the county has done, acknowledging that gun violence is a community health crisis, public health crisis. And it may seem like proclamations like this are just words and don't have an effect, but over those years that they've been issued by thousands of communities and commissions and school boards around the United States, things have changed around gun violence in the United States and in our county. May not always seem like it, and the spiraling tentacles of gun violence affect a lot of people around us in our lives. So I definitely know that in Kalamazoo, we are all working together in various programs to intervene in gun violence and to keep things going forward. It's been bipartisan, and some things have not been, but we have made an effect in curbing gun violence and changing the way it looks in our lives and in our county. So thank you for your support, Commissioner Ray. Thank you very much for all that you do.
Thank you, Rick. All right. Next up, we have another proclamation, 2024-505, proclamation in support of combating environmental racism and climate injustice. Not sure that we have anybody here for that. So if someone just wants to make the motion.
So moved.
All right, moved by Commissioner Sharp, supported by Commissioner Morales. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Strebs?
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor? Commissioner Wheeler, Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
No.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, Commissioner Mazer,
No.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Chair Ray. 5 yes, 3 no.
All right, the motion carries. Item number 5, communications. We have one communication, 2024-621, Washtenaw County Resolution 24-119, a resolution requesting that the Michigan legislators support the state senate's local prosecutor support line item in the fiscal year 25 budget. Are there any communications that commissioners would like to share at this time? All right, seeing none, we'll move to item 6, approval of the minutes. Is there a motion for the May 8th draft committee of the whole and the regular board meeting minutes? Moved by Commissioner Morales, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Item number 7, approval of the agenda. I believe we have a couple of things that we need to add to the agenda. Under new business, we'd like to add the disaster relief discussion. And then under item number 10, we are going to go into closed session. Are there any other additions, deletions, changes? Yes. For disaster relief?
So you've got under new business now the disaster relief discussion. It's my understanding that there's a written motion that will be circulated and you can take it up at that time.
All right, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? All right, moved by Commissioner Morales, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, the agenda is approved as amended. The next item on the agenda is public comment time. This is the time when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come to the podium. Please state your name and tell us where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Your time is displayed, and once your 3 minutes are up, your time to speak is finished. This is a time to provide input in a professional and respectful manner. Are there any members of the public wishing to make public comment at this time? Welcome.
My name is Bruce Justin. I represent the Kalamazoo Sunrise Rotary Club. We sponsor the Memorial Day Parade and a remembrance ceremony related to Memorial Day. We do these activities in remembrance of those who died in service to our country and to celebrate their spirit in their lives. So I wanted to extend a personal invitation to each of the commissioners and to the members of the audience to, if you can, come down to the parade, which is Memorial Day next Monday. Starts in downtown Kalamazoo at 10 o'clock. And then there's a remembrance ceremony at Riverside Cemetery on Gull Road at 11 o'clock. I hope you can make it if you can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bruce. Are there any others?
Hello, my name is Pat McGinnis. I live at 7070 Sandpiper in Portage, and I'm here on behalf of the city of Portage. I'm the city manager for the city of Portage, and just wanted to come before you tonight, give you a little update on tornado damage in the city I work for, and thank you for recognizing the need. If you've been through the areas, you certainly have seen that there's considerable need, and we're going to be hard pressed to meet that demand in the coming months. So far, we've pulled out 21,000 yards of brush, which is double the amount we cleaned up from the entire ice storm from a year ago last March. So that gives me some idea of the magnitude of what we've been up against. We've had crews, the city crews, 100%, sun up to sundown since the event, collecting down trees and brush from all over, public and private property, just getting what we can get. And we've been joined by the city of Kalamazoo, the village of Vicksburg, and MDOT. They just came out and started hauling alongside us, which was pretty cool. It's one thing we found since this started is that we haven't needed to ask. There's more support coming out from everywhere that we haven't even had to go ask for. And your leadership is no exception, that you took this up right away as soon as you could and looked into your ability to offer assistance. And I understand that that will be discussed later tonight. So I did just want to thank you for that, for your leadership in that area. We're seeing that community-wide. We're getting more phone calls and more inquiries, and it's a good problem to have, trying to manage the amount of support that's pouring out. But we know that amount of support just isn't going to be quite enough at the end of the day for the incalculable losses that people have experienced on their private properties. Many of these people are insured, many are not. And many of the losses that they've experienced will not be insured losses. Those trees that come down are generally not insured, and those are very costly to get pulled off your property and taken care of. So we're going to keep slugging away. We think we'll be at it through the summer into the fall, and trying to keep up. And we're just very grateful for the support we felt from Kalamazoo County. That night, it was all hands on deck. We had 24-hour emergency response crews. 100% of our employees were on the clock for quite a number of hours after the event, and that overtime continues. So we haven't yet had the opportunity to really start calculating exactly what we're looking at, but we're definitely into seven figures of local dollars that we're going to have to assign to this, and we're not sure where that's going to come from, but your support and assistance is desperately needed and very graciously accepted if in fact we are able to get any help from Kalamazoo County. We're very gracious for that, so thank you.
Thank you, Manager McGinnis. Are there any others? All right, seeing none, we're having technical difficulties online still, I'm assuming. All right, so we'll move on. Vice Chair Taylor, will you take us through the consent agenda?
I will.
Thank you.
Under Board of Commissioners, we have a request for review and approval of Sector Strategies Employer-Led Collaborative Grant Agreement number 2, a request for approval of appointments to the Open Data Citizen Oversight and Advisory Committee. Under Buildings and Grounds, we have a request for acceptance of a demolition collaboration between Kalamazoo County and the Kalamazoo County Land Bank, which is a product of the Blight Elimination Grant Agreement offered to the State Land Bank. District Court, request for approval of a contract with ISK and the 8th District Court and for the court administrator to electronically sign with the applicable electronic system. Under Finance, we have a recommendation for approval of accounts payable and payroll disbursements. Approval of addendum number 1 for JB Printing for logo letterhead printing services. Request for approval of various budget adjustments and transfers, housekeeping. Health and Community Services, we have a request for approval and signature of amendments to 2 contracts with Advanced Health Pharmacy, a request for approval and signature of agreement with Western Michigan University Homer Stryker, MD, School of Medicine for home-based care, request for approval and signature of a contract with Western Michigan University Homer Stryker, MD, School of Medicine for the evaluation of the Healthy Babies, Healthy Starts project, request for acceptance of Health Resources and Service Administration Healthy Start 5-year grant and approval of position continuations, request for approval of position creation eliminations, request for approval of position creation within the AAA division, housekeeping. Under Housing, we have a request for approval and signature of grant agreement with Full Circle Communities Incorporated for $400,000. Request for approval and signature of grant agreement with Building Blocks of Kalamazoo for $60,000. Request for approval and signature of a grant agreement with Disability Network Southwest Michigan Center for Independent Living for $40,000. Human Resources, we have a request to approve and sign amendment number 1 to the agreement for workers' compensation legal services. Request to approve and sign amendment number 1 to the agreement for legal counsel services. Prosecuting Attorney, we have a request for approval of employment agreement with Richard Johnson for the purpose of sexual assault kit project investigator. Request for approval of independent contractor agreement between the YWCA and the Kalamazoo County Office of the Prosecuting Attorney for sexual assault victim advocate services. We have a request for approval of a high crime community support grant agreement and the prosecuting attorney to electronically sign on the county's behalf. Under Sheriff, we have a request for approval and signature of police protection agreement with the city of Galesburg. Under Treasurer, acceptance of grant funds from the city of Kalamazoo for the purpose of tax foreclosure avoidance. I move that all motions be considered as a consent agenda and be voted on one time by the board.
Thank you, Vice Chair. It has been properly moved and supported. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Chair Ray,
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler. 8 yes.
Thank you, Clerk. Moving on to unfinished business and general orders. Commissioner Strebs.
Use my mic. Move we enter into closed session to consider a written attorney-client privilege communication from the county's attorney as permitted by MCL 15.2681H to include the Board of Commissioners, legal counsel, and the clerk's office.
All right, it's been moved and supported. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler, Commissioner DeLu.
Yes.
8 yes.
Support.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And we're out of closed session. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Support.
Been moved and supported. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, minutes are approved. All right, moving along. Item number 11. Yes, I'm sorry. What did I forget?
Apologies. I believe we have a motion coming out of the closed session.
Oh, yeah, somebody's got it. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I move to authorize that the county administrator to recommend a transition plan and necessary steps to move the appointed emergency management coordinator per MCL 30.409 under the purview of the county administrator's office for the Board of Commissioners' consideration on a future agenda. Further, it is the expectation of the Board of Commissioners that the county administrator be included in meetings regarding disaster relief efforts involving the county's current emergency management office.
All right, moved by Commissioner Morales, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. I'm sorry. Any discussion? Do we need a, can we do a voice vote?
I was just going to compliment the board on our discussion. I think we landed on a good sort of middle ground that we can correct problems in the future. And I just think that this board did a very good job of deliberating.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Item number 11. Vice Chair.
I move to allocate $530,000 of the county's remaining ARPA funds to assist with the disaster relief recovery and cleanup from the recent tornadoes affecting our community, as followed. To the city of Portage in the amount not to exceed $250,000. Pavilion Charter Township in the amount not to exceed $150,000. And Texas Charter Township in the amount not to exceed $130,000. All funds allocated must be matched a 1-to-1 ratio by each municipality designated subject to the terms of the county's ARPA funding agreements, which the board chair is authorized upon approval as to form by Corporation Council. Yes, Matt, what I miss?
It's my error, Chair. The board chair is authorized to sign upon approval as to form by Corporation Council.
Move as amended.
It's been properly moved and supported. Any discussion? Commissioner DeLu.
I just have a question. What if they're not able to match the dollar? Is that gonna hold them up from receiving this money?
I would say that normally I would have that concern, but I know Texas Township has already spent well over $100,000. I'm sure Pavilion Township has spent considerable amount of money as well. I think that if we count the money that's already been spent by that community, I think they'll have no problem at all getting to that amount. As long as we know as a board that we're counting the money that they've already spent. We're not requiring them to dollar for dollar for future stuff, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Chair, for the nod. Make a note, the chair nodded to me. Could you repeat those numbers again? I want to make sure I got them all written down.
To the city of Portage in the amount not to exceed $250,000. Pavilion Charter Township in the amount not to exceed
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So just for discussion, if we've made the assumption that these municipalities have spent or will spend these funds already, is there really a need to require the dollar for dollar match that would require additional reporting mechanisms potentially back to the board or delay execution of funds if they have not yet spent them? So I think what we're offering is still far below what it's going to take to resolve the issues. And so I just wonder if we're making it unduly complicated.
I don't envision it will affect any delay. I think all this money has already been expended. The biggest delay will probably trying to make sure that these match all of our ARPA contracts and make sure that we dot all the ARPA I's and T's or whatever that they are, and make sure that it meets those federal guidelines. I don't envision any of the delay. The reason I am a big proponent of the dollar for dollar match, to be honest, is precedent. I feel that the county, we're not going to be able, as you mentioned, to solve the just huge deficits that a lot of these local municipalities are facing and the problems and hurdles that they're going to be facing. But with the federal government not stepping in and with the state government doing very little, I think it relies on us to do what we can. And I feel that these dollar amounts still keep us healthy financially. And if we need to do more, I think that's a discussion that this board can have at a future date. But I think this is what we can do tonight, right now, to get those into the communities as fast as possible. And quite frankly, they've probably be knowing that they've got these dollars coming, they'll probably just borrow from themselves until it gets there in a week or two. I don't see any delay tactic with those dollar amounts, if that makes sense.
So I just want to say real quick, I never know when the appropriate time for me to speak is, but I see folks here for a second time, so I'm just gonna go. But I agree with Commissioner Strebs, and as far as like setting a precedent, I understand that. However, no two situations or disasters are the same. So to be like, okay, well, last time we said match dollar for dollar, so we're gonna require that this time as well. I don't think we need that stipulation. And personally, I think we should just give them the money. And as Commissioner Strebs mentioned, it does sound like it's gonna just be more paperwork, like you're gonna have to prove to us that you already spent this amount of money. Let's just give it and move along. My opinion. Commissioner Gissler.
Yeah, I don't think we may be setting a precedent, but I don't think it's one that you have to stick with forever. And I like the idea of a match. And the main thing that this brings to the table is they're gonna get something fast. It's not gonna take the delays of the feds or the delays of the state. As John said, however fast we can write checks, it'll probably happen in the next week or two. And I think that overcomes any objection that I would have about setting a precedent. Let's just go ahead and do it.
Thank you, Chair. Just a clarifying question for Administrator. For the expansion of the uses of ARPA that have been released, will there be extensive administrative reporting requirements for the municipalities under this time of stress for them?
Excellent question, Commissioner Strips. Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Board Commissioners. So the current agreement that we actually have on file requires extensive. It's extensive documentation. It's quite honestly an administrative burden, not only on staff, but on the grantee. I was going to work with legal counsel to probably just come up with an abbreviated agreement that doesn't require all of that. We've actually, through federal reporting, we've claimed all of our ARPA award as lost revenue. So none of that reporting is even required. So I think I can work with legal counsel. That's going to that'll take probably at least a week or two, but we can work on an abbreviated agreement where we just basically just give them a lump sum and say it must be utilized for disaster relief efforts. But that way it can get pushed out a little bit quicker.
A follow-up, yeah. Would it provide any more flexibility if we amended our motion to remove the ARPA contractual language in the motion?
So you're still going to need a contract. This is general enough that we can bring one that's approved as to form from Corporation Council that may not be the exact same as what you've been doing previously.
right, seeing no additional, discussion. All those in favor, vote, say aye. I'm sorry.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. John, you got another motion?
I sure do. I move to allocate $270,000 of the county's remaining ARPA funds to assist the United Way in disaster recovery from the recent tornado affecting our community residents, our county residents, and authorize the county administrator to negotiate the administrative rate. Pending his approval and subject to the terms of the county's ARPA funding agreements, the board chair is authorized upon approval as to form by Corporation Council to sign.
All right, it's been properly moved and supported. Discussion. Kevin?
Thank you, Chair. Board of Commissioners, so in the meantime, because I'm just a little quick and I like to get answers pretty quickly for you, I did email United Way and received a response about their rate. So they did say it is 10% because it supports the capacity to invest in Griffin Place for the Community Resilience Manager position, their capacity to run the investment process and administer the dollars and reporting requirements or processes. So it does not sound like the United Way is willing to negotiate that rate down. So per your motion that you, or that the board is considering, just recognize then $27,000 of that would go to United Way for administrative oversight of that program.
I got faith, Kevin. I think you can get that down from $27,000. Especially now that this is a public meeting.
Absolutely, Vice Chair. I will do my best.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Moving along, making our way downtown. All right, the next item on the agenda is public comment time. This is a time when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come to the podium. Please state your name and tell us where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Your time is displayed once your 3 minutes are up. Your time to speak is finished. This is a time to provide input in a professional and respectful manner. Terrell, Taylor, anybody want to make public comment? All right, seeing none. All right, moving along to reports of officers, bodies, administrator, controller. I don't have anything. I'm tired. Vice Chair.
Bo, if you're still up, it's time for bed.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. Quickly, Memorial Weekend is just coming up this next weekend. And I'd hope that we take a moment to thank all the men and women who have protected this country from abroad and within the country. And we need to thank all of those police, fire, ambulance folks, people working in the hospitals who have sacrificed to make sure that we have a safe place for our families to work, live, and play. Please thank them during this time frame. They've been under a lot of stress. Everybody's been under a lot of stress, and I would hope that we'd all be kind and work with our families, our friends, our neighbors to make Kalamazoo a great place to live, work, and play. Have a safe Memorial Day. Try to get out to the various events that will be coming up this next week.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Administrator.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, and Commissioners. You all have been asking for a longer meeting for a while, so we obliged on that tonight. So I wanted to just point out or advise you and inform you of several items. First and foremost, as you know, we've been working on the Corporation Council recruitment, and as you see, we have one of our assistant corporation counsels with us here tonight. His name is Lou Smith, so goes by Lou. He is, yeah, he's very good. He's getting right into the weeds of things and making his mark. So we're happy to have him on board. He just started yesterday, actually. So seems like you've been here forever though, Lou. So that's already. So we welcome Lou. We have another assistant corporation counsel beginning June 24th. His name is Ed Winkler. So he accepted. He's passed all the background checks and all that good stuff. So we're excited to welcome him to the team. And then corporation counsel will be setting up internal interviews first to then bring a slate of candidates to the board. So hopefully first meeting in July, we can begin that process. So in terms of that recruitment. So we're really excited about that. I wanted to just inform you, and I know Chair Ray already knows this, but one of the new budget initiatives for 2024 was the foreclosure prevention fund. So if you recall, the board allocated $50,000 of ARPA dollars for that. We did a true up of ARPA and found that there was some money that was left over between certain lines. So we actually just ended up, it was about 16,000 left over from just various lines. So we ended up putting that into the foreclosure prevention fund too. So it was about $66,000 that was available. So I wanted to update you on that process. The treasurer has reported to us that they were able to prevent an additional 15 foreclosures in the county as a result of that allocation. So 42 total foreclosures were prevented. As you're aware, the city of Kalamazoo allocates, and actually was on the board agenda tonight, $50,000 for foreclosure prevention, but that's just for city of Kalamazoo properties. And so the other 15 were properties that were prevented from foreclosure leveraging the ARPA fund. So wanted to update you on that. I think it was a good program, and there's some tweaks that may need to be made, but we'll get to that this next time, or this next go around. Just a quick reminder on strategic planning, that's scheduled June 6th at 5:30. It'll be a little bit longer of a session than the first one that we went to. However, it's really going to be we're getting into the nitty gritty of things. So issues that are of concern to the board and the community. So internal, external issues and things like that. That'll actually be at Texas Charter Township in their new township hall. So they're going to accommodate us there. And then on the second day, June 7th, we'll have deputy directors and managers attending strategic planning sessions so that we garner their input too in the process. And then during that session, you'll kind of learn more about the SWOT analysis as Allison has gone through that and has produced that analysis already. So you'll learn more about what she's been doing kind of behind the scenes. Just two last things. So you're obviously aware that our DEI director tendered his resignation effective May 17th. So we still have our DEI coordinator on board with us. So rest assured that DEI work is not stopping. It's continuing. It'll be embedded in the budget and woven into the fabric of everything that we do. And we'll begin the recruitment process for that position too. So that'll be ongoing. And obviously the Board of Commissioners will be informed of that process as we move along. And then lastly, some news that I think that Vice Chair Taylor would really appreciate is that Michigan Association of Counties is pushing for a significant increase in revenue sharing for counties. And so while we know that all of this is still subject to change because the budget isn't passed yet at the state level, the governor recommended a revenue sharing total $6.7 million or dollar amount. The House recommended $6.5 million. But the Senate, who we really love, they recommended $7.5 million. And so we want that one. And so all of these are an increase, though, over our 2024 allocation, which is $6.2 million. So all of them are increases, so we're happy about that. The next steps are for the conference committee to convene and then balance out all of these proposals. So like I said, the numbers aren't totally solidified, but we should have some information back, we hope, soon. And then lastly, I know I said that was the last thing. Lindy, Deputy Administrator Smith and I are attending the Michigan Association of County Administrators Officers Conference this week. Actually, we're heading up right after this meeting in Crystal Mountain, so we're hoping to learn some additional things from MAC. They actually sponsor that event. There are kind of hosts for that, so we'll learn more about state legislation that's affecting counties, and we'll get to network with our colleagues and kind of trade best practices and trade secrets, things like that. So hopefully we can bring back some information that we learned from that conference. We'll be back on Friday, but happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, thank you for all your hard work tonight. I know it was a long meeting, and happy to support you, and we'll talk to you soon.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. So did you, I don't think I heard you say that there was the position posted yet. Is the position posted, or are you gonna let us know when it's posted and then start the search?
Yes, I will let you know as soon as it's posted. So we have to revise. So at the time when Director Gray was hired, there wasn't a position that actually reported to him. So we need to revise the job description a little bit to have that position memorialized within that job description as, for the supervisory duties and things like that. So hoping to have that done sometime next week, get it back through HR and then have it posted within the next 2 weeks or so. Yep.
Really quick, the beauty about all three of those plans is it's enshrined in the state constitution of being part of the sales tax. So it won't be at the whims of the legislature every single time. So that's really good news.
Commissioner DeLu. Wonderful.
So it's a great night to go late since you guys are waiting to leave. That's nice. I'm on the Veterans Council, so I handed out these flyers for the parade Memorial Day, but there's a parade in Kalamazoo, a parade in Portage, and a parade in Comstock that I'm aware of, and one in Vicksburg. No, that's it. I'll be at the one in Portage because I'll be working, so I'm there by proxy. But just want to let you guys know and happy Memorial Weekend.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you for more than a nod this time. I appreciate it. Excuse me. Yeah, Kevin, you weren't in the room for the last closed session, and I'm sure you're already aware of this, but Lou introduced himself to everybody that didn't know him, and he assured me that he is a Robert's Rules of Order expert. And we are very used to having somebody in that seat that can do that. So thanks very much. That's it.
Commissioner Mazer.
Well, I just want to thank Kevin for all the help and communication during the tornado. You accompanied me at one of the Texas Township Board meetings, and it was very much appreciated by the residents and the staff there too. So thank you for all your help.
Thank you, Commissioner Mazer. It's good to hear from you. Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. That was like 4 times tonight, Commissioner Mazer. And you're smiling and laughing. So this was a good night. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to our administrator and our team that works so hard, number 1. Number 2, welcome, Council Lou. That's what you want to be called? Yes, that's my D9 brother, I found out. So we are going to have the exceptional leadership in Robert's Rules because that's what he does. So welcome to the team. And then we just met the new Rose. I don't want to call you the new Rose, but Samantha, welcome to the team. We look forward to having you. And then to everyone else's point about Memorial Day, thank you to all the veterans that have served and to everyone in law enforcement who really came through during this disaster a couple of weeks ago. Specifically shouting out those who served. My uncle, Muhammad Verdry Green, he did all the Desert Storms. He is turning 73 this year, dealing with dementia, where we have all these resources coming in just to determine how much money he's eligible for so that my aunt can continue to take care of him. And I think it's very disheartening that we have to fight so hard for someone that I remember as a child going off to these wars and coming back unwounded. But now, because of all the chemicals and all the different things that he encountered there, he can't hardly stand. We're feeding him. I mean, he's down to baby food right now. And we're fighting with these people to be able to get nurses to come in and assist my 70-year-old aunt with her husband. I mean, it's dead weight at this point. So thank you to all the veterans. Thank you to all who served. Thank you to Kalamazoo County and Tony Kennedy, who just works hard and goes in punching to make sure that the veterans get what they need. I'm thankful for the millage that we're able to support them better. I feel Chair's eyes on me, but I think that was important for us to recognize. I know you say it every week, know, we appreciate it, but when I see it, sometimes you have to see. And me seeing my uncle this weekend brought me back to reality. So thank you for all you all do. Have a good night. Thank you.
That's really nice. Mr. Strips?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the work of all the commissions tonight. We had good dialogue. I think we continue to be stronger. As a board, we have great additions that we're all excited about. To everybody that has worked to collaborate and help our community begin to recover. Thank you to Sheriff Fuller for his work as well. Didn't lift him up last time. I want to make sure his efforts are recognized, as well as all of the rest of the first responders, the county staff, administration, our board, and most importantly, our community members who are really doing the heavy lifting to rebuild their lives. And hopefully, as we work through our next budget cycle and our future planning, disasters happen. And I think unfortunately, they are going to continue to increase in frequency. And so we really have to be mindful long-term for our future, our children's future, and really get serious about how we plan, invest, and strategize to deal with the future that's coming. Because unfortunately, it may be a difficult one, not to be hopeless. When we work together, we'll solve those things, and we can commit to it and love and recognize each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Strips. Are all hearts and minds satisfied? All right, we're adjourned.